everyone. Live. And we're live. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the February 13th, 2025 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. This meeting is being held in person and at the Robert J. Higgins Welcome Center with board members participating remotely. At this time, I'll ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Virgo Cook.
Present via WebEx.
Armin Sabatoni.
Present via WebEx.
Maria Ducharme. I know she said she's joining shortly. Michael Fascitelli.
Present via WebEx.
Charles Fogarty. Joe Formicola.
Present via WebEx.
Monica Garns.
Present via WebEx.
Neil Kerwin. Matthew Lenz.
I'm present via WebEx.
Robbie Luna.
Present via WebEx.
David Monterano. Joseph Matthews.
Present via WebEx.
Courtney Nicolato.
Present via WebEx.
Vahid Onjazieri. I know you're here, Vahid. I see you. I just didn't hear you.
Mute.
Okay. David Monterano has just joined. Okay. Tom Ryan,
Present via WebEx.
Robert Weigand, Mark Parlange,
Present via WebEx.
Michael Gray, David Caprio, Christine Bovey,
Present via WebEx.
Reva Goyal.
Present via WebEx.
A quorum is present.
Hey, Michelle, Jay Placencia is here.
Okay. Thank you.
Michelle, do you hear me now?
Here we go. Vahid, you're officially here.
Oh, I had to take the earpods off, so.
Okay. No worries. And David's here as well. Okay. I believe I captured everyone that I see on the screen attendance wise. We have
Okay.
a quorum. Oh,
Thank
Neil
you,
Kerwin
Michelle.
just joined.
I'm sorry.
Neil Kerwin just joined.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of connectivity issues, so I'll do my best to stay on.
Okay, thanks, Neil. All right, a quorum being present, I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker. Please clearly identify yourself when you comment, make a motion, or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called on to speak. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. I'd like to ask, are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none. The first order of business is open forum. So in accordance with our bylaws, we are allocating 20 minutes of today's meeting to provide members of the public an opportunity to address the board during open forum. Each person will limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. The open forum protocol is that board members will listen to each presenter, but will not respond directly to the topics raised or interact with the presenter. Board Secretary Michelle Carreri will call each presenter in the order in which they have registered, and we will inform them of the 3-minute limit. Go ahead,
Thank
Michelle.
you. Thank you. Anthony Burnett Testa. I know I saw him on the screen. Okay, here we are.
Is it okay if I go last because I already spoke at the previous 2 meetings? I just want some other people to talk before me. Is that all right?
I'm not sure, does it matter to you that it's 3 minutes each, so it's fine which order we go in?
Yeah, how many people, do you know how many people are here to,
So I have 5 people who signed up.
oh, okay, okay. All right, yeah, no, it doesn't matter then, doesn't matter. I thought there were, okay. Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm here today to speak with you about the W. Alton Jones Campus Environmental Education Center. And I have to say that this entire matter has me puzzled. First, I'm puzzled that the university closed Alton Jones in the first place. The Environmental Education Center, someone get it, program was successful, popular, loved, and needed. It was a gift to URI and it served a critical purpose. After it was closed, an online petition garnered 7,000 signatures pleading for its reopening. In the world of petitions, 7,000 is beyond substantial, but nothing, no response from URI. I continue to be puzzled. I learned that URI closed W. Alton Jones without any thought or plan for its future. How is it that even possible? That made me both puzzled and dismayed. Then URI turned a corner with a new administration. Finally, I thought this would make a difference. The new administration would surely see that mistakes were made and put things right. But still nothing, just silence. More time passed. Then a parade of people took time out of their lives to speak to the Board of Trustees at these open forums, 12 so far. Has any other issue inspired that many people to address the board? What followed was only more silence, and I continue to be puzzled. In November, URI Purchasing put out a request for information seeking proposals from external entities to take over the Alton Jones campus. Really? Is Alton Jones that much of a burden that URI wants to pass it off to another organization? The Environmental Education Center was a great program. It was well run and deeply appreciated by those who experienced it. For 5 years now, it has sat empty. I can only assume that whoever decided to close it had an incomplete understanding of what it was. Students like the ones sitting in front of me today need programs like W. Alton Jones. They did when it opened up 60 years ago, and they do now more than ever. If my students grow up without experiencing and appreciating nature, they won't understand it. And if they don't understand it, they won't know how to protect it. Despite the tremendous environmental challenges facing our planet, it seems like we have given up as a society, as a species, and as a university. So I come to you today with this request. Please honor Mrs. Jones's legacy and her wish that her gift of the Alton Jones campus be used to educate youth about the natural environment. Reopen the Environmental Education Center for its original purpose and as a university-run program. Yes, it will take resources, but all great things do. With your support, it will continue to have a positive impact beyond what any of us will ever know. URI has the ability to make this happen in a way that adds value to the university and support its core mission. It has been closed for too long. Please open the gates once more and invite students back to W. Alton Jones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Devin Kasparian. Devin?
Hi there. How
Hello,
are you?
welcome.
Thanks. Thanks so much for having me today. I'm thrilled to speak with you all for a beautiful 3 minutes. I am from Rhode Island. I grew up in East Greenwich. I graduated from East Greenwich High School. I now live in New York City. I'm a photographer. I have a whole life here in New York, but I still come home to Rhode Island all the time. And I think I'm probably going to move back to raise my kids when I'm older. So W. Alton Jones is a place that means so much to me. I went as a student for 9 years. I mean, as a camper, 9 years. I started in kindergarten. I went to farm camp, eco zone, earth camp, marine madness, water worlds, teen expeditions. And then I was a counselor for 2 years. And so when I heard that W. Alton Jones had been closed, I was shocked. Like my whole life, I believed that I was going to bring my kids to Alton Jones. It was my absolute favorite place in my whole life as a child. And I'll give you a short story that demonstrates that in kind of a crazy way, but I have a very clear memory of telling my sister that when I died, I wanted to go to Alton Jones instead of heaven. I know, a little crazy, but it truly had that impact on me. It was a place where I was able to exit, my home life and have kind of like a safe place somewhere else. I made friends, I learned about community, mentorship. And I always tell people to this day that it's my favorite job I ever had as a counselor there, like my number one favorite job. The community ran so deep and was so beautiful. There were traditions, and just like overall an incredible well-rounded education for all of the students, all the campers, and all the counselors. And I was considering going back as a counselor, honestly. I also want to add in here, first of all, thank you to Anthony for his really wonderful speech before mine. It will take resources to open it up, but I also want to add in that there was funding. There was a lot of funding when I was a camper there. And I don't really know your place in this, but I remember that the campers were paying $700 for a single week, and there was hundreds of campers per week. So there's $70,000 going into the place from just the campus tuition every single week through the whole summer. And it was successful. It really was. And it just had such a wild impact on me, on my life. And I just ask that you reopen it and consider how it can become reopened. I know from all the staff that I've been in touch with since I was a counselor there, so many people were still working there eight or so years later. And many new people had joined in, and I'm sure so many people would be willing to rejoin and work on the campus. I would actually very much consider coming back and working. So although it will take resources, I think there's a huge community, huge. You can't imagine these thousands of kids that spent time there and had like some of their most powerful and important childhood memories there. Like Anthony said, 7,000 people signed the petition, but that's only the 7,000 that saw the petition and were able to understand that this issue is happening. So anyway, I think that it's just so imperative that W. Alton Jones opens again. And I really hope that you will take time to figure out a way to do it and consider how it can happen. And soon, I hope, because kids are really missing out on it not being there as a resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devin. Thanks for sharing your experience.
No problem.
So at this time, we did have 3 more people sign up for open forum. However, I do not see them logged in. Michelle?
Oh.
So, did you?
My name is Joe
Joe
Blott.
Blotnick.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
You signed it. Okay, perfect. Here we are. Thank you. Popped
Okay,
in, I didn't
great.
see you. Good. Okay.
So you can see me?
I
Yes,
can
Joe.
now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you for providing this opportunity for people to speak. And Devin, thank you so much for your personal, heartfelt experience. My name is Joe Blotnick. I am a former director of the URI, Environmental Education, from 1990 to 1994. And I loved that experience so much. And I wanted to begin my talk today by speaking to the value of formative education and hands-on experiential education, and particularly residential. The kinds of things that Devin described are one of the greatest values. The University of Rhode Island clearly is in the business of developing young people for their place in the world. And the Environmental Education Center is just a microcosm of that, but it starts much earlier. It starts in kindergarten with the farm camp where kids learn how to touch a lamb for the first time and see how it's shorn, or grow vegetables and such like that. And first through fourth grade or so, there's a lot of just day experiences. They go out and they do it, and it's really great. But once you get to the residential experiences, the school programs, you're talking about an entirely different thing. You're talking about a week in a 12-year-old's life that can change them forever, as Devin has been changed forever. Because in that week, they're away from their family, they're away from their home, they're entered into a world that's not full of screen time and all that kind of stuff, but the real environment that they live in. And they explore together. They learn to communicate with each other. They learn about team building. And throughout, Devin described how they became leaders. They came back to help other young people, and they go on and on. And that was one of my first experiences when I was in Maine before I became the director, at a teen counselor retreat where kids were saying, I come back here every year right now because this is the most important thing in my life, just as Devin said. So I need not to say anything more about that. But when I took over as director, they told me that the university is going to shut the program down. That was in 1990 because it wasn't making ends meet financially. And so in 3 to 4 years, I worked with our staff to double the number of camping programs and resident programs and everything else. We doubled that while cutting costs and improving the quality of it. And soon our camping programs were completely filled. And we used to call the camping program, the summer program, the cash cow, because that's exactly what it is. As Devin described, we were making so much money on that. Then the other big thing we did is the 5-day programs with schools in Rhode Island and particularly in Boston that filled up the spring and the fall with 5-day programs. We're doing really well with that. So we eventually broke even on our side of the campus. One thing I wanted to tell you is the Wellesley schools did a survey at the end for all seniors graduating, and they asked them what was the most significant thing that you remember and that you got out of being part of the Wellesley School District, which is one of the best in Boston and in the country, probably. The W. Walton Jones 5th grade experience was number one on the list of all those students. So that's amazing. So you have a tremendous resource here, 2,300 acres, cabins, a lodge, great cooks from the university. And it's well respected all over the country. When I jumped at the chance to lead this because I was part of the New England Environmental Education Society, and working for the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Service, and then on my own as a environmental consultant. And everybody, my first experience at URI was a New England environmental conference there. And everybody from Vermont, from New Hampshire, all these beautiful places all over New England were tremendously impressed with that resource and how precious it was and how well organized it was with that. And I loved it. Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate your points. All right. Any other
Emma?
speakers?
Yes.
Emma?
Emma?
Welcome, Emma.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. My name is Emma, and I'm currently a student at the University of Vermont. I attended the Alton Jones summer camps for many years, and I loved the activities, the farm, the songs, and the way it connected me to nature. When I heard that the Alton Jones campus was closing, I felt incredibly let down. This wasn't just a summer camp, it was a place of learning, growth, and community. Alton Jones was a comfort place for me as a kid. Some of my fondest memories come from there. I would have never expected it to shut down, as it was once a big part of my life, and it upsets me that other kids won't get to experience all that it offers. I have friends who are current students at URI who have no idea of the opportunities that they have lost due to the campus being closed. The campus served as a hub for hands-on learning, teaching, business management, and leadership development. Counseling positions, administrative roles, and outdoor education jobs help students gain skills that they couldn't get in a classroom. The closure of Alton Jones has stripped away these opportunities from the student body. I hope you consider reopening W. Alton Jones. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Michelle, any other speakers?
I don't see Carolyn on the screen. I believe she was the last person who signed in. I'm just taking a quick scan. Carolyn, if you're on. I don't see the last person who signed in.
Okay, well, thank you to the speakers. We appreciate your perspective. And it is a topic that we are spending time on. Okay, I'd ask the speakers to sign off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right. The next section is report of the chair. So I'm going to talk about a couple of topics. The first of which is that, and I'm looking around at a number of you that were at this meeting. This is our 5-year anniversary for the board. It seems like, in some ways, it seems like it was yesterday that we had our first meeting on April 17th, 2020 during COVID. But I just want to call out that it's pretty incredible what's happened over the last 5 years. We've seen really significant change at the university. I think first and foremost, we checked the box on the most important responsibility, which is to hire the president. And if you all, many of you remember, we did that during COVID, and we hadn't even met President Barlange in person until he came to us from Australia in June. But that has turned out to be a pretty incredible decision. It was a process that Tom ran for us, and we are so happy with how that has worked out. And that's obviously something very important for us as a board to accomplish. I think under Mark's leadership, the 10-year strategic plan for URI's future, we're seeing many of those things come to fruition. We've seen pretty incredible progress on the university's research and economic development engines, driving the Rhode Island's blue economy. We're seeing things like renewable energy, fisheries, aquaculture, environmental quality, marine and coastal conservation. All those things lead to helping the state of Rhode Island and really help to accelerate and deepen what URI is known for. We're also, with the help of and the support of Rhode Island citizens and our government leadership, where we've gotten much closer to, in the relationships that we've built with our government leadership. I give Mark and his team all the credit for that, but it's really been terrific. But bond issuances for Narragansett Bay campus, for fine arts, for life sciences, those are the kind of things that require leadership from the president and his whole team, but also this board, and ensuring that we're gaining the right resources for the university. And of course, we like to say it every time we can, achieving the Wall Street Journal's ranking of URI as the #1 public university in New England. That really tells you that the efforts are paying off. But mostly I'm excited about the next 5 years. And I think that a lot of the things that we're talking about around creating better living facilities on campus, creating social spaces on campus through a hotel, through restaurants, improving the Memorial Union, which is the thing that I feel like if that one thing happens, my legacy will be shored up. But I think the most important thing that we can focus on is how do we make sure that the lives of students and faculty are enriched, and that our students come out of the experience from University of Rhode Island with the best possible future for them. And we can do that, and we do that as a board together to try to make sure that we're finding the resources, allocating resources, and helping the president and his team to ensure that that experience is the best that it can be. And we see those results through when we hear Dean Labuti talk about the demand for URI and the types of numbers that we're seeing from an admission standpoint. So all things to be proud of. And I think for the members of the board that were founding members, I thank you for your 5 years of service. And for those of you that have come on in the last few years, I've been super excited about the new thinking that's come on the board and the way we're evolving our support for URI. So it makes me really proud. And I think, you know, coming from, I remember sitting with a few of you and trying to figure out how do we write bylaws and how do we get this board going. You know, we got here, and it's a really well-functioning board, and I give all of you credit for getting us there. So, I'm excited about what we've done, but even more excited about what the future holds.
Hey, Margot, you should take a bow for this. I know obviously the president was a critical component, but your leadership during this time with a new board, going through COVID, hiring a new management team, dealing with the State House, dealing with all the issues, you did it professionally and in a manner that, you know, shows leaders matter, and you've done a fantastic job. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Well, I could not have done it without all of you. And Michelle, I see Michelle over there. She's the support behind this. So, but I'm really proud of this board. It's just a really, we've all been on boards that don't function well, and it's painful, and this one functions well. So I appreciate all of you. Okay, the second thing I want to just update you, the URI Foundation CEO search, and you'll notice that we've changed it to CEO from president, just so it's distinguished from Mark as the president of the university. I co-chair that search committee with Sandy Perillo, who is from the URI Foundation board, and she chairs the governance committee. The members of that board, just to remind you, are Ray Williams, who chairs the foundation board, Jen Riley, Barb Wolf, Al Varecchia, and Armand. And so we're making really good progress on this search. We narrowed it from about 40 people that applied, which was a really good population of people. It's narrowed down to 7 candidates, and we're this week in the middle of interviewing those candidates. So we had 3 interviews yesterday. We'll have 4 tomorrow, and then we'll invite 2 to 3 of those candidates to campus, and we'll have smaller groups of stakeholders, similar, Tom, to how you ran the presidential search. We'll have some smaller groups of stakeholders meet those candidates, and then the search committee will make a recommendation to the URI Foundation board, who holds the ultimate responsibility for hiring that person. But so far, and Mark has been a big participant in this, we're trying to find a partner for Mark. We've had some really terrific people come in front of us. But what's really important here is that, and we'll talk about this throughout the course of this meeting, is that things are changing rapidly with this new administration on where federal funding is coming from and our dependence on federal funding. And it really has highlighted for me, and I know for Armin, that we have to find the right person in this job that's going to help us uncover private dollars. And it may be through foundations or through partnerships, corporate partnerships, et cetera, tapping into alumni. But this job, which has always been very important to us, has just taken a step up in its critical nature for the university. So we really have to find the right person, because this is going to be a challenging time for raising dollars. and particularly our dependence on federal dollars. So I'm confident that we will find somebody. The group looks really good, but it's and it's been a good process so far. So I'll keep you updated as we go. I'm going to stop there. Any questions on any of that? All right, good. So Mark, I will turn it over to you for the report of the president.
Thank you, Margot. Let's see if I'm going to attempt to share. Is that working, Margot?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, thank you so much. So I also wanted to, I appreciate Margot, today is the 5-year anniversary. So congratulations to all of you for all that you have done. As I've said many times to Margot, when the university presidents do gather each June in DC, and I have to say I'm one of the fortunate presidents that has a really great board and really feels supported, and just a fantastic leadership team. So I was really I thought, Tom, that was great that you gave the call out to Margot. The relationship, obviously, with the chair of the board is extremely important with the president of any university. So you're all awesome. So I just want to say warm thanks. Obviously, there are many, many changes that we are leading and navigating, and I'm just going to update you on a few things today. The first of all, thank you, Marco, for mentioning that we are the #1 public university in New England. I have to just remind one more time, this was a survey done by the Wall Street Journal where they really look at our students, our graduates. They look at basically what costs they graduate with, and they look at their income and how quickly they're into either graduate school or onto good careers. And it's very positive. And as you can see, out of the top 500 ranked universities in the US, we were 84th overall, but certainly the #1 in New England. Look, today is a big day.
Mark,
Yeah.
just a question on that. I mean, given the amount of airtime this is getting and the pride this has instilled in the state and alumni and those who are just citizens of the state, are we making sure, or let me frame it another way, how are we ensuring that we don't drop to #2 or 3? And my question is, given that we know all the metrics, are we on top of those metrics and then making it easier for the Wall Street Journal to understand the metrics and feed it to them in a way that maybe they didn't get the first time they dug it up?
Yeah.
So, I mean, our communications department, we should be all over this thing.
Yeah, so I have to say, first of all, I'm really grateful to our Vice President for Communication, Matt McDonald, and his team in terms of really getting, as you say, Tom, the word out, also communicating with the different groups. This was important. They, our big jump in US News and World Report rankings, that was great because they started to assess our research and rank our research. So it was great they had that as a criterion. In this case, what I have to say with the Wall Street Journal ranking is they weren't just waiting on pure reputation. They were actually looking at serious measurable metrics for the university. I really hope that this continues. There is no question that we jumped up quite a bit in the Wall Street Journal rankings. If you go up, somebody came down. There is no question that there are some schools that were not happy with the changes. So I don't know if there's pressure being brought there to go back to the olden days. But I'll have to say right now, this is really a great measure. It really looks at where, people come into the university and then they graduate and they go on to great careers. And I think,
are there, I mean, I know we know where we rank, where we achieved the points that we wanted to achieve vis-a-vis getting number one, but there must have been some areas within that we didn't do as well, that we could move up and just keep our number one up, but move some of the bottom up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. And so Tom, actually at the end, because I'm giving KPIs updates on basically on both on research, but also on the student experience at the University of Rhode Island. And I'll speak specifically to that. So yeah, you're right. It's we don't stop. We do not have time to relax in that. And I have to say the whole university is engaged. So we'll go into a little bit more detail exactly on that. I want to say warm congratulations to everybody. This is today officially at 12:01 this morning, the Rhode Island Flagship Research University, URI, was designated Research One by Carnegie. This is important. By the way, Neil, I see that you're raising your hand. I also know that American University. So congratulations to you too.
Well, I wasn't really going to brag about that, but thank you anyway. Yeah.
Okay, you're welcome, Neil. So we joined really, we're in the top 4.5% of research universities across the nation. This is really recognition of both research productivity, but also, all-round excellence. I just want to say that our doctoral degree, and I'll show some results on that. Our student enrollment in our PhD programs is in fact growing. Certainly our research expenditures, Bethany Jenkins will speak to that, has increased about 25% over the last 5 years. Our research publications have grown, if we look in the last 5 years, by about 30%. According to the Web of Science, the quality of the journals where we're publishing has certainly gone up, and the impact, and that's something else that we're measuring. But I just want to say, from a personal perspective, I really want to thank many, many, many senior faculty who have really worked so hard with their students, with their teaching, with their research, with their colleagues. The support for the mid-career faculty that are really knocking it out of the park, and then the junior faculty that we are celebrating and so glad that they're joining the University of Rhode Island. There's really a good sense of collaboration, I would say, across colleges that is also clear. So just warm congratulations to the University of Rhode Island community. So it's a big deal for us. We will be leaving you at the lunchtime break to celebrate with the entire community. I'm going to, Neil, I'm sorry, did you want to, because your hand is up, did you want to say something in addition? Okay. Okay. This was just one step. Many of you were there. In fact, I see Jay front and center. Thank you, Jay. This was an incredible historic gift from the Schilling family. It's $65 million to establish the Schilling Scholars Program. It's modeled in many ways off of the Ryan and Varecchia Scholars. This is transformative for our university. This is for supporting students interested in STEM. Dean Labudi is already using it in terms of the recruitment of the next generation of URI students. So it's a big deal. I wanted to also just highlight two of our junior faculty who were properly honored with Presidential Early Career Awards for Science and Engineering. This is a big deal. Ash Giri from the College of Engineering, who looks at heat dissipation, so his thermal fluids faculty member. He got it. And then Justin Parent in the College of Health Sciences in the psychology department is looking at how families can influence child development and in many ways also knocking it out of the park for the university. We continue. It's always there's many things, but we see this. It's part of getting the story out. This was a leading article in the Washington Post on microplastics. This is Jamie Ross. She's an assistant professor of neuroscience, George and Ann Ryan Institute for Neuroscience and the College of Pharmacy. And she's been really advancing how nanoplastics are impacting the brain, dementia, Alzheimer's. We have other active projects on campus. I just want to say that we have received a very generous $2 million gift that will be formally announced, but warm thank you that we are starting to have support from our alums who are going to do this. This is Rhode Island's Fine Arts Center. We're hoping to have everybody come to see our incredible theater, our amazing music from jazz to the orchestra to choral. We had a fantastic beam signing where so many people came out. You can feel it. The community is really looking forward to this. So this is a big deal. And then the athletics complex renewal, Thorbjorn, Abby Benson are really leading the push on a number of projects. There was an emergency to finish the resurfacing of the baseball field. I know that there are big efforts to expand the stands and fundraise for that. And another emergency situation, at least in my mind, is that we have not had a proper outdoor running track since 1987. We are really excited about the football stands that are being worked on and a number of other projects really to bring the facilities to campus. The Narragansett Bay campus, work is going around the clock out there. The Ocean Robotics Laboratory, their beam that many of you signed, was put in place this past week. This will also open next spring. Abby and team are working on the design for phase 2 and construction will start next year. The Bay Campus revitalization is happening. It is very important. We are attracting companies to the state that are going to be working with us out there. And we're really also supporting early stage ventures that are coming out of our labs from ocean engineering, oceanography, environment and life sciences and so forth. So this is important. Big thank you to the Board of Trustees for joining for the fall commencement in December. This is our second annual fall commencement. I learned the other day that if you do something twice, it's now considered just part of the life of the university. We had almost 600 students participating, bachelor's to PhDs, and it is really an important ceremony for so many of our students who finish in the fall semester and may not have come back. I also would like to thank our alums who participate in welcoming the students to the community. So this is the spring commencement schedule. You will be hearing more. We really do look forward to members of the Board of Trustees, grateful last year for serving and speaking at the different ceremonies. We have varied a little bit the order of some of the colleges coming through. The feedback, I'll have to say, from graduates, from family, from friends, has been overwhelmingly consistent, positive. So thank you. A little bit about government relations, working with Lauren Burgess, Becky Carroll. There are many things that are happening quickly at the state and the federal level. At local, we've had the pleasure of really interacting with Narragansett and South Kingston Town Councils. We're part of the community, so we're looking to build closer relationships, and people see URI as a critical asset. I want to say that we have a leadership team that is working on navigating federal actions. This is led by our provost, Barb Wolf. It's meeting twice weekly to assess executive orders and their impacts from all different topics. Obviously, things remain uncertain, but we are in constant communication also with other universities, our various councils that support higher ed, and obviously with the state. I appreciate, so we're having communication with the community on topics that we know and understand. We have put up a web page where the information is presented so that people have an opportunity to go there. But I just want to make a big thanks to the team. There is a lot of uncertainty. It is stressful for many people, and it's not trivial. Let me just say that. We're active in the new legislative session for the state already this week. There were a number of events, and obviously we are going to be advocating on behalf of the university. Yep. No, okay, I thought somebody was wanting to make a comment. The Medical School Commission, I'll discuss a little bit more in a moment, but work is well underway to explore a public medical school. We're one of 5 states that do not have a public medical school. And then final reminder, the URI Day at the State House is April 1. Please join. You are warmly welcome to participate. A little bit about the state appropriations, the request, you see it up there in the white section. The governor's recommendation to this request is at the bottom. We do have cost of living, which is contractual, which is the largest term in this budget. And so that's an extremely important piece. And so I look forward to working with the Senate and with the House as we go forward this spring.
Hey, Mark, just so I understand. So we're asking for 21 and governor's recommending 4?
Yes, that's correct.
Does he know the COLA contract is 15?
Yes, they do.
So what? I don't get it. I mean, this is not an increase. This is just standing still. Armin, the unions
No, there's a $400 million deficit they're trying to close. So
no, I get it,
think
but Armin, the unions must tell the governor, hey, we got a $15 million commitment to the unions.
We're working on it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This also happens each year.
Yeah.
So it's like the back and forth, and it's, you're exactly right, Tom. This is like standing still. This
Right.
is not us like asking for money, but it's a
Right.
it's a discussion.
Okay.
I'm going to mention, and it'll come up a little bit in some of our discussions, but they have what they asked for in terms of strategic initiatives. We do recognize that it's a tighter situation in the state, but certainly a very important piece is, for example, under strategic priority 2 of our focus URI is enhance the student achievement. And we have a real need for academic advisors. We're asking for resources there. And at the moment, the recommendation was from the governor was 0. This is the RICAP funding request. So asset protection at the top, everything from, repairing roofs and so forth. So we asked for 16.8 and the recommendation from the governor 14.6. Americans with Disability Act request. So this is everything from sidewalks to elevators. We asked for 16.5. The recommendation is 7 million. There are real needs for the infrastructure. I remind that we have about well over a quarter of the buildings in the state on our campuses, and so obviously there is a real need for repair. And then the final one boy, oh boy, now I'm forgetting which building. Abby, I don't know if you're on, if you can
Yeah,
remind me.
Whitehall and Fogarty.
Fogarty. So this is Whitehall, the repair there for the HVAC system I come before, but thank you. This is for Fogarty building. Is that correct, Abby?
It is, yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So April 1, this is our third year doing really an important celebration at the State House. The first year was great. The second year got better. We're hoping the third year will get better still. We had more than 20 different groups presenting last year, hundreds of participants. It really showcases URI and our impact on the state. We are, after all, Rhode Island's university. So we have all colleges represented, student groups, music, clubs, athletics, alumni. This really builds pride in URI. This year, we're celebrating more than 5,000 students that have graduated through the talent development program. So they've, of course, the last 2 years been there, and we look forward to them really being highlighted this year. This is a big deal. We have a medical school commission. This is a Senate commission. I co-chair it with Pam Laria, who's a senator from Bristol, two-time URI graduate. Among other things, we've now had 3 commission hearings that are public. The last one was extremely interesting, including the outgoing FDA commissioner who spoke about really the need for primary care. As you all know, health outcomes in the United States are not good, and yet we spend much more than everywhere else in the world. And there's also a big differential on everything from education to lower socioeconomic status communities and so forth. The other thing that was very nice is that we had the founding dean of the University of Houston, a public university in Texas that also started a primary care, community health care. They really took advantage of the fact they had nursing and pharmacy and all the other health sciences, including physical therapy, nutrition, counseling. Again, very much like the University of Rhode Island, really looking at an integrated collaboration. They've had their first graduating class. They're starting with about 30 students a class, growing to 60. And it's interesting. It was very nice to hear also about their collaboration with a private medical school, Baylor, and going after some key grants together. So certainly going forward, I see opportunities there with our colleagues at Brown. Tom, this comes back to some of your earlier points around student achievement and what the Wall Street Journal was measuring, and there's a number of things. I just remind there were serious learning losses with COVID, and our Academic Enhancement Center is doing really fantastic job trying to work to meet the needs of all of our students. I spoke to the need for tutoring needs. We have expanded within the library to help with space. Again, advisors to students currently were well below the national rate. And obviously our student success facilities. We spoke about some of the building projects, but Roosevelt certainly needs help to support our students academically. But there is good work that's going on across the university right now. And I'm just going to highlight a few things that, first of all, URI's winter J term and summer terms and financial aid are offered to Pell. So Pell students that can really take free summer classes. And we look forward to seeing the impact on student credit completion, time to degree. We've launched a math boot camp this summer to help incoming students. We have a very active, and it's across the university, early alert program in University College. Faculty and others are helping identify students in need, and this has been a big deal for the university. We have received a grant, a major grant from the Hayden Foundation to keep Rhode Island students in school when when there are challenging life issues that emerge. 167 Rhode Island students were helped this fall to receive emergency financial aid grants. And we've expanded our work with students on academic probation. So I want to thank really the office of the provost, Dean Labudi, many colleagues who have really, really worked hard in this respect. So, these are all important things that have to be worked on each and every day. Another KPI that many of you know about was that we had a target to going from the number of teams to double up to 12, the number of our Division I teams that have won a championship. And we were able to go up, as you can see, from 6 to 7. I haven't put, you'll see the football team on the left there has joined. So we're actually at 8 now. Last night was very special at the Ryan Center. We were able to have a chance to acknowledge the football team and celebrate with all the coaches, and then also welcome the new players who have transferred, who will be studying and working out with us this spring. So football, women's basketball, men's indoor track, outdoor track without a track, women's rowing, men's baseball, men's soccer, and men's basketball. So we're looking forward at continued success. And there's no pressure, but I know we have good golf teams and tennis teams and a lot of other teams on the way there. In terms of degree completion, we set ambitious targets. So we have, over the next 8 years, we basically want to double our number of masters, and we wanted to double our number of PhDs on both fronts. We've been relatively flat on both accounts, but I just wanted, we are, one of the things, obviously, if you want to increase your PhD graduates, you have to increase the enrollment. And so in the last few years, you can see that there's a gradual buildup, and it's quite different to if we go back 20 years ago. So that's quite positive. In terms of our graduation and retention rates, these also feed into those national rankings. So you can see the 6-year graduation rate, which is in the Keeney blue, has improved. But a lot of, many of the things that we are doing in terms of support of our students are key right there. You'll also see first-year retention, and that's an area of a lot of focus for us. The interesting thing about these graduation rates is that they do not include, and we have about 500 students that transfer each year into the university. They graduate, but we're, to be consistent with how it's recorded nationally, we're giving the results for the first-year students that start with us. One of the big issues that we have is around undergraduate graduation equity gap, Pell versus non-Pell students. This is simply looking at the graduation rates and making the differences of the students. This is something we really want to reduce this, ideally that ultimately there would not be a difference in the graduation rate, but we're targeting to try to improve that. And you'll see that it's actually started to improve these last couple of years, but there's a lot of work to be done. Again, many of the aspects that I mentioned around support of our student body and additional support that we need there is extremely important. And so with that, I will stop sharing and happy to take any questions. Let's see, how do I stop sharing? Stop. Okay.
Mark, what would you attribute the increase in PhD students to? Like, what are you doing differently that's causing that number to go up? And then, are there things that that you see for some of the other statistics that are a little bit more flat, are there things that you're thinking about doing differently?
Well, certainly, I'll have to say the last 2 years, and Bethany has shown the numbers. The federal research dollars that we've been receiving has markedly jumped up, and basically that is support for PhD student scholarships. So to get top PhD students, you must offer them, a full stipend. So we're set our stipend rates to match, what is a fellowship. I would say that we're really supporting. I just want to give a shout out to the research office. I'm hearing from faculty that there's a lot of support and that things are improving over there. So it's a bit qualitative, my remark, but our vice president for research and our provost and all the teams, supporting the research are doing that. I'd say there's many pieces to this too. We do need better facilities. We are working on those better facilities. We have to be able to have good startup packages to be able to attract faculty that are going to be writing those grants and ultimately supporting the students. We did do a study, so we supported financially a number of fellowships to be able to compete. Some 3 years ago we started. We've done it out over 3 years to be able to compete for the top PhD students they tend to go from Boston down to Baltimore, considering different schools. So we've also been recruiting them. And I think it's all part of, becoming a Research One university. It's all that momentum that you have to have and getting the word out, the impact. Who knows where that Washington Post article about Jamie Ross, that triggers people, and now they're going to go look into thinking about going to URI. We're doing a good job also of getting some of our students in onto competing for NSF and NIH fellowships, graduate fellowships, NASA fellowships, USDA fellowships. So I think it's, it's part of getting to be a stronger research university.
Thank you. Other comments or questions for the president?
Hi, Mark. It's Monica Garnes. Question on the Pell versus non-Pell students graduation rates. Just curious on some of the things that you're seeing and doing that's kind of helping you close the gap. And if you could just talk briefly about some of the major barriers you see for those students finishing school.
Yeah. So Monica, I see right next to you is actually Dean Labuti. Dean, would you want to jump in here just to speak to Monica's question?
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and hi, Monica. So no question that coming out of COVID, we saw numbers increase as we had hoped not. One is the John O'Leary and completion grants are game changers. What we've done there is we've actually identified federal and university aid to help students make sure their student success and credit completion is on track. And we have several hundred students in the past 2 years who've been taking part of those student success grants to use J-term and summer as a great way to close the gap on credits and improve their timely completion. Number two, the Academic Enhancement Center has been growing with supporting our students, but especially our Pell students. In fact, we're over in the library and we're busting at the seams there. And so we're doing everything we can to help with the learning loss, especially in math and sciences and other areas, and even in our writing center. And then the requests you'll see there out there for advisors are desperately needed. We had a national study done at the university a year ago, looking at our advisors and recognizing that we have some work to do to really get us at the need where advising is beyond prescriptive, but really developmental and meeting those early alert needs that you heard the president talk about earlier. So we've identified some direct strategies. We know that resources are needed, and we have a great group between academic and student affairs working together to really target that Pell group. But I will tell you, tough financial times, COVID learning loss. In fact, there was a report this morning on the local news, are really some of those factors that are really hitting us while we're trying to really close that gap.
Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, thanks, Monica, and thanks, Dean.
Other comments, questions?
Yeah, Mark, on the, we'll talk about it later, it's fine, but the medical school, you had mentioned we're one of only a handful of states that don't have a state university with a medical school. Do we have the finances from those schools? Is that public information? We can see where those medical schools stand on a standalone basis?
Certainly Houston shared with us what it took to be able to start their medical school. It was around, is that what you're asking me, Tom?
No, I'm asking the ones that have been up and running for, I don't know, 5 years plus. What do the financials look like in that medical school?
So the University of Houston is the only one that I really have the finances for.
Okay, but are those available to get?
So one thing I failed to mention is that we do have Trip Umbach is a university has been engaged. It's actually paid through the Senate Commission. They are going to look at the feasibility of the medical school in great detail. They've actually done it for all the new medical schools that have started. So that will be, I'm sure that will be part of the report.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole section of that, Tom, that's about really deeply understanding financial implications.
It's important. I do know our friends up in Maine are also at the same time also looking into a public medical school up there.
Well, given our budget discussion, it almost has to stand alone.
Mm-hmm.
Agree. It has to be tested that way. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, so the next block of time is going to be for our executive session. So I will read the motion. So may I have a motion that the board convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding potential litigation and RIGL 42465A7 for matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, and RIGL 42465A7 for discussion of a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically proprietary enrollment model, and RIGL 42465A2, RIGL 42465A7 for discussion pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, and matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. May I have that motion?
This is Almond, so moved.
Second, Tom Ryan.
Thank you. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So we will now convene into executive session. I expect it's going to last between 90 minutes and 2 hours, after which we'll reconvene into open session. The live stream will be paused during executive session and we'll resume it once it has ended and the board reconvenes into open session. And just for logistics, we're going to go into the executive session. We'll come out of executive session, and then we're going to take a lunch break so that the president and his team can go celebrate with a number of, including the governor, a number of our leaders, a speaker, to celebrate the R1 status. So we'll take a break for lunch while that's happening, and I'll give us the time frame when we get there. Okay, so for all those participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes. that no other person is present and or able to hear the executive session discussion at the remote location.
Yes.
Yes.
If you do not automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking the Join Now button. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, so we're moving in now. Slowly, just because there's so many of you. So thanks for your patience. In the meantime, we're still live. Okay, so we are all back in open session, and just a reminder that your microphones are automatically on default as muted.
Okay. All right, the first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Amen, so moved.
Monica
Maria,
Garza.
second.
Okay, got Monica. May I have is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, so we're gonna take a break. We'll come back at 12:45 and we're gonna jump right into the committee reports at that time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Waiting.
Well, that's how you're. Says take on.
Yeah, and we'll have more tonight. This is my meeting at 5:30. It's been 7 years.
Yeah, it has. Starts off. I'm sure
Well, I am, yeah. Look, I know, I haven't even explained what it means. But Amy, you've got elevated.
I'll hide my plate. Margot, it looks like Chelsea shared with me they should be on time to join us
Okay.
at 12:45. And I understand that it was a full house.
Yeah, it's too bad we couldn't all be there. That's great, though.
It was so full, I think they had to close the doors from
Yeah,
a
I know, I didn't get in the door. I walked all the way over there.
capacity issue, right?
Yeah, yeah. Lots of people were standing outside, couldn't get in.
Our fire and life safety team was monitoring very closely, but it was a full house.
Yeah, yeah, well, positive. It's great news. Very exciting.
Yeah, timing is ironic.
So we are live streaming. Okay.
Yeah, we are.
All right, so we are live streaming.
We were.
Hey, Margot, what time do you think you were wrapping up?
I mean, I think there's no reason why we shouldn't be done by 2:30, the latest.
Perfect. I'm in transit to San Francisco. I didn't realize we're having this 45-minute break, so I've got to leave by 2, or maybe a little earlier. So if I could do my committee report before that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah, and I
we-
gotta jump at 2:15. I have to jump at 2:15 too, if there's anything to do with, if that affects the quorum.
What were you gonna
we
say,
actually-
Michelle?
We actually have Mike first for the ad hoc real estate committee. It just happened that way. FYI.
Yeah, we should be okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Michelle.
you're welcome.
And Michelle, we'd be all set with 2 less members for the quorum for voting?
So we should still be okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's get started. Do we have, who are we missing? We need people from, staff.
So I know we have Abby Benson here, and I know if we start with the ad hoc.
Yeah, let's do that then. All right, so, we're calling the meeting back to, order, and we're gonna go into the reports of the committee chairs and action items. So let's start with, the ad hoc, special real estate committee with committee chair Mike Pastelli.
Thank you, Margot. Let me just see, yeah, for a second. Abby sent me some notes. It was the real estate committee met in December, and we had we covered the progress on the student housing situation, which is obviously is very important. Everybody to get going and complete. So Gilbane is busy at work. The P3 is being finalized, and all I know Abby, if you're around, all things are going very well on the dormitory situation with Gilbane. I don't know if you want anything else to report since then, Abby.
Yeah, the P3, we're in the feasibility stage, so we're actually currently back and forth with Gilbane on the results of their feasibility study. So we hope to have a resolution on that within the next few weeks.
I think all of us know that's a priority, and regardless of what comes out of the master plan, we need housing. So we're trying to have an expedited situation. So the other thing I'd say is that the RFP went out for the hotel and the associated we call it a third place that could be built on URI land without obviously the Emporium situation, which we all know about. So that went out, right, Abby? That's now
Yeah,
out.
I'm actually really excited because it was posted today and it's the first ever posting on our new electronic bidding site through our new Roadie Buy e-procurement system. So it's live today. We'll be sending it out to a number of developers that we're aware of, and would certainly appreciate all of you sending it to anyone who might be interested. It's on the URI purchasing website.
And I know Tom and I have talked about this, but I think, it's our job to try to expedite that as quickly as possible within the kind of regulatory environment and rules and so forth. But we're hoping that we can find, have proposals for both the hotel and the associated retail kind of meeting, all the stuff around it. So that's coming. Hopefully we'll get an update from
Are there two separate RFPs, one for the hotel, one for the center?
No, it's one RFP and there are two parcels and you can bid on either parcel in the response to the RFP.
Okay.
We think, Tom, some people might team up, some people might bid on one and not the other.
Right. Okay.
We're gonna try to be aggressive in pairing people if that's what we end up with. So I know a lot of you know some people in the hotel, Rhode Island and hotels, so I'd encourage people to at least look at the RFP and then respond. The other thing I'd say is that we in our meeting we had an update on the comprehensive campus plan. Abby provided an update to the committee on what was going on the way with Sasaki. If you remember, we hired Sasaki to do a full long-term master plan. Sasaki is busy at work working with Abby, Ryan, and others in the administration, all kinds of people, trying to come up with presentation. They're, I would say, in the analysis phase and discovery phase, Abby. They're not, I haven't seen any specific recommendations yet. Would you concur with that?
Yes, we're having some active conversation with the President's Executive Council about more specific kind of scenarios, and we'll certainly give an update to the board when those are ready to share, I would say at the next meeting.
And we've talked to them about housing, not only the one we're over now, but long-term housing plans. We've talked about the community, a third place, creating that for our students and making it more attractive. We've talked about classrooms. We've talked about academic spaces, research spaces, clinical programs, campus landscape, lighting, parking. All of that's going to get covered in Sasaki's recommendations, which obviously I think we'd obviously bring to the full board and present that. So I think they're kind of in a gathering phase. The next phase of the work, hopefully they're focusing on a solution recommendation phase. There's been a lot of analysis, but I would say that would be the next phase. Would you agree with that, Abby?
I would agree with that. Yep.
Okay.
Next phase.
So, I mean, it's really good. I think the university desperately needed to do this. They're going to be a good framework for all of us to discuss and prioritize. But we know we need certain things. We don't need to wait for that housing. We know we need to get on with the hotel / third place. So we're proceeding in parallel with those types of opportunities. So, anybody have any questions or thoughts? That's all I've got then.
Great progress. Okay. We will now go to the Finance and Facilities Committee. Do we have Vahid?
We do.
Okay.
He's right
All
here.
right. Go ahead.
So the
Chair.
Finance and Facilities Committee, we had a meeting on February 3rd, and we had a number of discussion items and a couple of action items. Later on during this report, we'll have a couple of votes that we'll ask the board to partake in, which does not fall under omnibus voting. And a couple of items, I'll give you a brief review of the items we discussed, and a couple of items Abby will give more color to. We did review the governor's recommended budget and both Mark and Abby discussed early on during Mark's presentation. We can highlight more if anybody has a question on those. We had a really robust discussion on the tuition and fee rates for 2026, which in a minute Abby will give a little more color to and give more details about. And I think we're going to have a vote on that later, hopefully. We discussed the items on the revocable Eastman agreement with Rita Santilli Revocable Trust, which has to do with the encroachment at the Alton Jones campus. And that recently Santilli's have withdrawn from the agreement due to a newly surfaced DM requirement. And we have sent them a letter in behalf of the university mentioning to them, putting on notice that we reserve our rights to deal with that later. And Abby can discuss that if you need to. She gave us an update on the whole Ryback and the bond reports that we just touched on early on too. We had a couple of other action items about the contract renewals and add-ons and supplements too. One that we all agreed to that we were going to pass, we were going to recommend passing, which is a contract, which is these contracts excess $5 million, which is beyond the approval limits of the president. One is with Katie Scheibler on the marketing first, and another one was First Transit regarding the transit situation. Then we as a committee asked Abby for additional questions, additional information, which is now included in the enclosure. And I'm going to ask Abby to discuss 3 or 4 of those items that I just quickly went through in a little more detail. First and foremost being the tuition increase, please.
Great. So is it all right if I go in order on the agenda just to keep myself on track for the items I'm going to give additional?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the first item is just a discussion item, which is, as I think you know, at each meeting, we give a disclosure of actions that the president takes under his delegation from the board related to land and property. So we did execute a business accelerator license agreement between East Stroudsburg University of Pennsylvania and URI for a facility in Pennsylvania. And this agreement allows us to continue a research partnership with East Stroudsburg University for spotted lanternfly research, which is an initiative funded by a USDA grant. So that was executed and approved by the State Properties Committee on December 10th, 2024. So that's just a notification that I'm sharing with you. The second is an action item around approval of tuition and fees. So as Vahid mentioned, we did have a robust discussion around our recommendation for tuition and fees for 2026. And the bottom line is that we're recommending an increase across the board for in-state and out-of-state students of 3.5% tuition. We believe, based on our analysis, that this tuition increase optimizes resources coming into the university to offset our critical operations, but also keeps URI's education accessible and limits potential enrollment declines. As we know, we just talked about our enrollment strategies, our proprietary enrollment strategies in executive session. We also are recommending that mandatory fees increase by 0.7% with modest increases to only 2 student fees, one for the Fascitelli Fitness and Wellness fee and one for the Memorial Union fee. The Wellness Center fee is really to help support student workers and upgrade of equipment in the fitness center, which is heavily used. And then the Memorial Union fee to help conduct some kind of bridging capital improvements while we wait for the full menu renovation, which we're planning to hopefully start as soon as we get the housing P3 across the finish line. Finally, we talked a little bit about housing and dining, which are auxiliary functions at the university and have to be self-supporting. We're proposing a 3% increase for housing and dining this year, which reflects the cost of doing business. That it's a slightly less increase on the housing rate and a more dramatic increase on the dining rate, 2% versus 4.7%, because as for all of you are seeing, food prices just continue to increase. So those are the recommendations. The Finance and Facilities Committee did recommend to approve this to the full Board of Trustees, but this is an action item for your consideration.
Any questions?
Does the and this might be, I might have had the wrong timing, but does the 3.5% is down from 3.9 last year, correct?
Yeah, last year we did a differential between out-of-state students and in-state students. So
Right.
This year we're recommending across the board, and part of it, we heard about some of the reasons that we really have to think about those 2 different populations differently in our last discussion, specifically around out-of-state students and competition we're facing in other states.
Does it assume we get the budget that we submitted as approved or approved as submitted?
So when we submit our budget, we shifted a couple of years ago. So we submit our budget with a 3% assumption, weighting, and then we've shifted approval from the board to February so we can have a more informed recommendation. So I would say if this is approved by the board, it will bring in some additional revenue, approximately $2 million more. So that would be helpful for us to bring in more revenue. But again, we think that's a level where it won't result in increased loss of enrollment.
Right,
So
that might offset some of the federal loss and that we discussed earlier. Okay, so this is, it's still in flux, I guess.
well, we're seeking your approval today on that 3.5% across the board so that we can go ahead and implement it, and that will be incorporated into all of our materials and information for our new students.
Well, what would happen then if the state's obviously in a fiscal bind? What would happen if they a significant portion of what we submitted? Then what would we have the ability to go back and raise this?
Well, that's not something we traditionally do because we have to
Right, I know.
put our class. So
I'm
I
just
think
saying these are not traditional times, given
These
what's
are not
going
traditional
on in the state and the federal.
So I think at that point, as we mentioned earlier, we will continue with efforts to think about allocation of resources internally and what we might stop doing or how we might adjust our budgets to address any shortfall that we have. So that planning is kind of ongoing given the uncertainty we have. So I would just say this is one other item that we will have to think through.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
it. Thanks, Abby.
Are there questions on that? Okay, I don't know if we're going to do the vote now or if the vote comes under the omnibus.
We are going to do the vote. At the end of what you do your report, we'll have 3 votes in a row before, at the end of this committee report.
Great. So the next item is approval of contracts, which I believe was already mentioned, in excess of $5 million, specifically an extension of a marketing and communications contract. So we've already come to the board for an extension on this contract with KSA. The board approved an initial increase to the contract, and we're looking for a short-term increase because we are in the process of an RFP to identify a new firm to support our kind of broad marketing campaigns for enrollment, external relations, HR. So we're seeking a short-term extension of the contract while we finish up that RFP process.
And this one, as a committee, we all agreed to, so there was not any discussions on that one. We are recommending approval on this one.
Thank you for clarifying that. The second one was the approval that the committee did have some questions on. This was for First Transit, our shuttle provider on campus. So this contract extension would be for a 2-year extension, which was allowed in the original contract approval. And this is for our campus shuttle. So First Transit is the company that currently has our campus shuttle contract. They operate 9 shuttles that service 4 routes Monday through Friday between 7:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. We monitor the service and ridership regularly and make adjustments accordingly. We also have a lot of on-demand services for the shuttle. So initially, we were asking for a $3.6 million increase to the 9.6 prior approved amount from the Board of Trustees. We did get some questions from the committee about kind of prior use of that contract and prior spend on that contract, and it seemed, I think the committee felt those numbers were high. So we did go back, and you hopefully have seen in your packet some additional information in your enclosure around this particular contract. So when we look back at expense history, you can see this is in the second page of your enclosure that it has increased over the years, and partially that's hours because we've added shuttle service and also fuel. So we pay, basically it's an on-demand contract. We pay for hours of service and fuel. We did look at the expenses that we've had in prior years and then the estimated expenses going forward. And we did adjust what we're seeking to be slightly less than our initial recommendation in finance and facilities, which would be a $1.65 million increase to the contract as opposed to 3.6 million. Now, again, we only pay for what we use, so that's really a ceiling. It's a time and materials contract. So we're currently seeking a $1.65 million increase to the original contract of 1.6 million.
I can speak for myself. I took a look at your information. I'm comfortable now, and based on all the discussion, we're working for an RFP for the next one. And it is per use, as you mentioned, and it seems more reasonable. And I know Mike had some questions and Armin at the time of the committee meeting. Mike, are you comfortable?
Yes, I'm comfortable now, V. Thank you.
And me too.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Abby. So that's it. So your report, you have anything more in there? Nothing more, right?
No more. Thanks.
So Margot, if it's okay, I'd like to proceed with the 3 votes, right?
Yep, great.
So may I have a motion that the board approve a tuition increase of 3.5% for the in-state students and 3.5% for out-of-state students, and increase fee rates as presented in enclosure, representing a 0.7% increase in total fees for FY 2026.
This is Armin, so moved.
Joe Formicola,
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, or I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Any abstentions? The vote is unanimous and motion is approved. The next item is, may I have a motion now that the board approve the purchase of services from Katie Schreibler and Associates as presented under substantially the terms in the enclosed documents, and that any authorized signatory, as defined in the policy on approved and execution of contracts and other binding documents, be authorized to negotiate the terms of any documents relating to such transaction and substantially the terms in the enclosed document, with any such changes and additional terms as are deemed necessary or appropriate by the authorized signatory.
So moved, Neil Kerwin.
Second, Mike
May I-
Fascitelli.
Thank you. I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is approved unanimously. Lastly, may I have a motion that the board approve the purchase of services from First Transit Incorporated as presented on substantially terms in the enclosed documents, and that any authorized signatory, as defined in the policy on approval and execution of contracts and other binding documents, be authorized to negotiate the terms of any document relating to such transaction on substantially the terms in the enclosed document, with any such changes and additional terms as are deemed necessary or appropriate by the authorized signatory.
Oh, Armin, so moved.
David Milano, second.
Thank you. May I have a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. That concludes our report, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to institutional risk and compliance, and I'll ask Robbie to give the chair report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had 4 discussion items that we covered on the IRCC committee meeting on February 5th, 2025. The first one was a discussion led by the State of Rhode Island Affirmative Action Plan by Dorka Smiley, Director of the Office of Equal Opportunity, who provided a presentation to the committee on the university's state affirmative action plan, which was submitted to the state on January 8th, 2025. She also provided a brief update on the recent revocation of Federal Executive Order 11246, which established affirmative action programs. Ms. Smalley reminded the committee that the university is still required to submit an affirmative action plan to the state per the statute. The second discussion item was for research and compliance. We heard from Dr. Elizabeth Buchanan, the university's Associate VP of Research and Administration. She provided a presentation to the committee on the current landscape of federal compliance. She also discussed the increasing number of regulations and policies that affect federal research activities at the university. Let's see here. The third discussion was an update on a National Science Foundation audit, which was also led by Dr. Buchanan, who provided the committee an update on the university's audit by the National Science Foundation for incurred costs by the EPSCoR program, which began in 2020, noting that the university had successfully responded and reduced the amount being refunded to the National Science Foundation from $627K to $200K, $201K, $150K of which were incurred at Brown as a sub-awardee. So we're working to seek reimbursement from Brown. And then the last item was an update on single audit and NCAA agreed upon procedures. The committee also heard a presentation from the Universal's external auditors regarding the recent single audit and review of NCAA agreed upon procedures. CLA audited the research and development cluster of programs and provided an unmodified opinion on the single audit. So CLA additionally had no concerns of note regarding the NCAA AUP report. Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Rami.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to academic affairs. I'd ask our committee chair, Neil, to take us through it.
Yeah, thank you, Margot. We met on February 5th. We heard reports, as is our practice, from our chief academic officer and our chief research officer. We'll come back to that in a moment. We also acted on a number of items that were brought to the committee as action items. All of those were approved unanimously and are now part of the omnibus agenda. After Barbara and Bethany spend a couple of minutes covering those points in their reports that have not been covered previously in the meeting, I'll ask Barbara maybe to focus a bit on some searches that are currently underway. And then Bethany has covered 90% of what we discussed in committee already, but also perhaps some of the recognitions and major awards that we've received in the interim. So, Barb, you want to start with the searches and then anything else that we haven't already heard from?
Sure. We are underway with 3 major searches at the university. That includes the university librarian, the dean of the College of Environment and Life Sciences, and the vice provost for academic and faculty initiatives. We have candidates that are in the queue. They're being reviewed, and we hope to have these searches completed by the end of the semester. So we're very excited there. Did want to update people. We heard a little bit about it this morning about the feasibility study that President Parlange mentioned. Trip Umbach is the group that won the competitive RFP, and they're going to be conducting the feasibility study. It's actually launched, and just so people are aware, that includes certainly the financial feasibility assessment and economic, social, and healthcare impact analysis, and the development of preliminary budget and funding requirements. And we will keep the board appraised as we continue forward with that. Couple of other initiatives was that of the graduate school underwent recently an external review, and we received the final report, and we will be reviewing the recommendations, and that's important as we move forward with increasing our graduate enrollment. We also had a report on enrollment, and we're really very excited about the fact that we again have a record number of applications to the University of Rhode Island year after year. FAFSA seems to be working this year, which is good news, and evidence that it's working is again year over year we see a 300% increase in the number of applications there. We have a number of issues, or a number of items that are moving through URI online, and that has been included in your report. And again, we're looking at grad applications are up 10% at present. So we're very excited about a good year going forward. And again, it's really focusing on yield. I'll stop there.
Thanks. Any questions for Barb on those items? If not, Bethany, you want to talk a little bit about a couple of recognitions that our faculty have received? Mark alluded to them earlier, and then anything else that you did not cover previously regarding the impact of administration's executive order and related changes.
Yes, thanks, Neil. Mark did a nice job talking about the two faculty members that we're super proud of that won these major presidential scholarly.
Somebody have their phone off mute.
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, just recognizing our two early career faculty members who won these presidential recognition for their scholarly work. Mark did a nice job covering that and had the slide. We're just so proud of our faculty. I wanted to just be very brief and talk a bit about sort of the highlights from our research numbers. And so in the last 2 years, we had a 39% increase in millions of dollars in funding from our award portfolio. So this is over the past 5 years. So if we take 2019 to 2022 and use that average, that's where I'm getting the 39% increase. And right now our awards, our extramural awards just to the university, these are awards that are coming into URI investigators, are at about 146 million. So we're really just so proud of those numbers, and that's a pretty significant increase. We're on track with our KPIs in terms of the growth reflected in research expenditures, and that's a little bit of a lagging indicator. So this jump in awards received, we expect to see that go up if it continues to those research expenditures continuing. And so when we look at the indirect costs, we've had a lot of conversations about what those costs are for in terms of supporting our staffing and laboratory infrastructure. At our mid-year, taking the temperature of ourselves mid-year in FY25, we were up in about 1.2 million in indirects coming into the university. So going into January, we were just truly on the gas pedal with all-time highs kind of across the board. And so you see some of that reflected previously in the amazing celebration we had for our R1 status. But I just wanted to say, when I took kind of the mid-year temperature, you know, our portfolio was looking absolutely incredible. So I'm just so proud of our faculty and investigators and our early career folks that are getting this major recognition. One part of the portfolio that's been coming in is our Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute money. This is for deep sea research, and it's a very large NOAA portfolio in the tens of millions that's starting to come in, and that group's been working really hard. And you know, we're hoping that, given the important work we do in undersea exploration, that those funds continue to come in for the great work we do in that area. So I'll stop there and ask if there's any questions.
Okay, Bethany, thanks. Any questions for Bethany? Okay, if not, I will note that the action items taken up by the Academic Affairs and Research Committee, again, all of which were approved unanimously, are part of the omnibus vote agenda. If there are no questions about any of those, or anyone who wants to take an action to remove an item from that agenda, my report is complete. Thanks, Margot.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Neil. Okay, let's go lastly to the Governance Committee report with our chair, Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Governance Committee met on February 5th to discuss and take action on a number of items. One will be in this report we'll take action on, and one will be in the omnibus. And so just a quick update and a couple of reminders for this group. We did talk about our board appointments. We do have a number of individuals who term is expiring. Both Chair Cook and President Parlange shared a formal letter to Governor McKee recommending that he consider reappointing the following trustees whose terms expire in this year, or this month, in fact. Matthew Lenz, Robbie Luna, and Jay Placencia, as well as reappointment considerations for Neil Kerwin and Maria Ducharme. We have not heard an update yet, and we'll continue to keep the group informed as we hear more, and David Moderato as well. Also, just as a reminder, June 27th will be our annual board retreat. So the governance committee discussed various options with Chelsea and President Parlange on how we will take advantage of that time together. And so more to come. You have probably and hopefully have seen that we are asking for you to complete the annual board assessment. We have 6 that have completed so far, and the deadline is next Friday. And so the quicker you get it done, the less likely you will be prompted over and over again by Michelle. So thank you in advance for completing it. So the 2 action items that we have today, one that we'll take up here is the approval of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees regulation regarding use of university property. And I want to see if Abby can provide an update on that.
Great, thank you. So you may recall that we first provided a draft of this regulation to the board back in November, and it is a draft regulation for the use of university property, which is actually a statutory function of the Board of Trustees. Per Rhode Island General Law 1632, URI Board of Trustees is empowered to make rules and regulations for the control and use of university property, while the president is responsible for the general management of university property. So we took this statutory authority and put together a draft regulation for the board's discussion back in November. We also submitted it, posted it publicly for our community for over a month to get feedback. We brought it to a number of groups existing at the committee, including at the university, including the Administrative Policy Committee, the Public Safety Advisory Committee, Faculty Senate, and Student Senate. We did receive about 473 comments on the draft, so a lot of community interest, primarily around how the draft could potentially limit academic freedom and freedom of expression and protesting. So that was really the majority of what the comments were about. So since we had such a large number of comments, we created an ad hoc task force that had representatives from the Faculty Senate, the Student Senate, the Graduate Student Association, and a number of staff to really work through all those comments and try to make improvements to the regulations. And so those regulations are before you today with improvements. I'll just mention a couple of things that we focused on. First was providing clarifications to text to make sure we were consistent and precise in our language. We also tried to address those concerns regarding protections for the right of free speech and assembly. We included explicit references to the university manual and student handbook, and also tried to provide clarification on the distinction between enforcement of the regulation and discipline. We wanted to make sure that the regulations use legally defensible and clear language, especially language that had been defined by legal precedent in the past. We tried to make sure we were emphasizing the activity neutral intent of the regulations. Again, it's really intended for any use of university property. And then there were some specific items that the community were concerned about, specifically around leafletting and litter. There was concern that if somebody received something, if there was leafletting happening and someone gave something and then threw it on the ground, that there could be an unfair kind of discipline around that activity. So we tried to clarify that language. There was concern about language around signs, posting, and banners that people felt that could limit their free speech. So we really clarified that to say you can't do anything that is going to kind of permanently deface or damage university property. We also added some additional detail around amplified sound, and that the Department of Public Safety at URI would put together some procedures for the community to outline, what decibel levels are acceptable and not. We also clarified language around after-hours access for buildings. There was some concern that as initially drafted, that faculty and students couldn't get into buildings after hours, but we updated it to be clear that any bona fide use of university property by a university faculty, staff, or student was acceptable after hours. And then finally, we clarified the language around bicycles, skateboards, and similar conveyances, making sure that it was clear that we appreciate the use of those vehicles, specifically around sustainability and mobility concerns. So the version you have in your enclosure is the final version. We did bring it to the governance committee, who voted to recommend approval to the full board. And we're hopeful that you will approve, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Abby? Abby, I'll just say I really appreciate the due diligence and the creating space for voice and comment. And so thank you for the team and all the work that you put into it.
Thank you. And thanks for all the feedback from members of the board as well. It was really helpful.
Got it. May I have a motion that the board approve the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees regulations regarding the use of university property as presented?
Monica Garn, so moved.
Thank you, Monica. May I have a second?
Second, Neil Kerwin.
Thank you, Neil. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion to approve passes. The last thing I'll just mention in the omnibus, folks have been, and I know the team has made all of us aware that we did approve a policy, I believe it was earlier this summer, on non-discrimination and sexual misconduct. Shortly after that, much of the Title IX regulation change had gone into the judicial system. So the team's been reevaluating, determining what makes the most sense, and what they're asking us to do is rescind the one we approved that had gone into and created some challenges overall across the country, and go back to our original policy on non-discrimination and sexual misconduct. And with that, I will defer back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Okay, the last item is the omnibus vote. We're running ahead of schedule, although I know a number of you have some hard stops. So I would like to just ask Mark to spend a very brief, less than 5 minutes on summarizing the great celebration that we just had for reaching R1 status. I know we had standing room only in the room, and so Mark, maybe you could just give us a sense of how that went.
Yeah, no, thank you, Margot. It was really fantastic. Unfortunately, it wasn't standing room only. There were people that were not able to get in to the room. It was the fire marshal was there, and it was packed. It's just an acknowledgement, I have to say, of all the hard work of all our faculty over the years, the new faculty, the senior faculty, mid-career faculty, all the university leadership that's been here, all the efforts to support our staff, and ultimately it's our students, it's our PhD students who are so critical, lifeblood of research universities. So that was really acknowledged. It was lovely to see all our state representatives and senators coming to represent, and it was a delight that the governor came down to also speak. So it was a Rhode Island celebration, and it's just part of, we have great momentum at the University of Rhode Island, and I think everybody should just feel proud of themselves and the part of the community that they're on. As we did say, it's a sign. Bethany, spoke about the research. Barb spoke about all the people that have really contributed to this, and then Brenton DeBuff, who's the dean of the graduate school, just spoke about all the many students from around the world who have done it. So I think I join all the leadership. I want to thank Matt McDonald for all that he's organized today, all the team who organized, Shauna Green and team who had made those nice little cupcakes available to celebrate. But it was just We'll celebrate, national championships, we'll recognize awards, but this is a whole of university. I think it was really everybody could feel, and it was just great to see all the students, the faculty and staff that were there in front of the university. Really good energy, that was there. We did have our one board of trustees member that was there, Reba Goyal. I don't see her on the screen, but she was there. And Chris, I believe you were there too, right?
I didn't get there in time. I was in
but
the
you are
hallway.
Yeah. Anyway, good on URI, good on Rhode Island, the state, and it was good. So thanks, Margot.
Terrific. Thank you, Mark. Okay, let's go into the omnibus vote. So we've got 7A through 7E, which you heard reference to from a number of the committee chairs. So let me just read this. Before proceeding with an omnibus vote to approve the past meeting minutes and committee recommended action items, are there any action items listed under the omnibus vote for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, or remove from the omnibus vote to be voted on individually? Okay, hearing none, may I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda items, action items 7A through 7F as recommended and presented?
This is Courtney, so moved.
It's Tom Ryan, second.
Thanks, Courtney and Tom. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. Let's see. I think that's it, right? 7A through 7F. So, Michelle, am I right in saying the next item is to adjourn? Okay.
You are correct.
One thing before we adjourn is you heard that April, what's the day for URI Day? It's April 1, right?
April 1st.
Okay.
April 1.
Great. Michelle's going to send out some logistics on that. So we've got the URI Day, which is a great day. If you can make it and you're able to be in town, it's great to be there. Obviously, with everything that's going on with the budget, the more solid our support is, the better. And then we have graduation May 16 through 18, which we'll send out more details on. Okay, with that, then the next item on the agenda is item 8. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Joe Matthews.
David Monterano, so moved. David Monterano, second.
Okay, thank you, David and Joe. I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, motion carries. So the next URI Board of Trustees meeting is scheduled for Friday, April 25th, 2025, and I appreciate everyone's support and discussion. Today was a really good meeting, and we will see you in a couple months. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adios, all.
Thank you.